Hey everyone, welcome back to our channel. If you are new here, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and click the bell icon to stay updated with our latest content. Today we have got something super exciting for you. A walkthrough of a recipe manager project built using powerful mern stack. That's right. Here MongoDB, Express, Node and Next.js, and also Prisma. We are going to use ORM of MongoDB, that is called Prisma. This project is not just your average recipe manager, it's packed with amazing features like user authentication handled by Clerk, smooth pagination, dynamic search by recipe name, sorting, and ability to add, edit, and delete all the recipes of your recipes. Plus, you can list recipes by category to keep everything organized and easy to find. Perfect for developers looking to take their skills to the next level, or for anyone who just loves to cook and wants to seamless way to manage the recipes. So whether you are a beginner looking to learn the mern stack, or a experienced developer looking for a new project idea, this video is for you. Stick around as we dive into the code, explore the feature, and give you a detailed demo of how everything works. Okay, so let's get started. All right, let's dive into our recipe manager first. Let's take a look at the home page. As you can see here, a clean and simple interface with a navigation bar at the top, and feature like that this is the home page, and this is the categories, and this is the new recipe button, and then sign in button also. The home page lists all the available recipes with the pagination. So here is the pagination. You can easily navigate through the pages to find the recipe you are looking for. So you can go to the categories like that way and click on these categories, and you can see that category product or that category recipe also. Now this is kind of search option. So if you are searching kind of chicken, and okay, so from here you can search your like type anything, and you can get your recipe quickly. Okay, now let's take the sorting. Like if you are sorting the newest first, so by default it's newest first. So let's do on that less cooking time. So you can see the less cooking time is 10 minutes first come, and that 45 minutes came last, right? And the coolest part is when you are like, you can add your recipe. Like if you want to publish your recipe, you can publish your recipe also. So click on this new recipe button. So I am not logged in now, so it's tell to me log in first, and then you can add the recipe or publish the recipe. So this is the Clerk. So with Clerk we are do the authentication process. So click on this continue with Google. So I am just logging with my Google ID or Gmail. So I am logged in. So here you can like write anything. You can write anything, choose anything. So whatever you can, what you want, you can do. Okay, and this is the category. So you can choose the categories. I already told. This is the recipes. So this navigation or this menu will come when you have logged in. So this will, like, this is mine means what you publish. So it will list all the recipes what you published, and this is the saved, what you saved. So like if you I'm visit like these sushi rolls. Okay, so this is the page for the individual recipe. Here you can give the rating, or you can save from here, and this is the ingredients. So you can check what ingredients you have listed for your cooking purpose, and this is the steps, and this is the published who published actually. So this is the published by, and this is the more button. If you click on this more button, so it will redirect to the home page again, or same category kind of something. Okay, so if I'm saved, so I click on this button, so it's actually saved. So now it's showing blue, so that's means saved. So if you reload this page again, you can see this is blue, that means you already saved this recipe. So now go to the recipe option and click on the save button. Okay, and click on the save button. You can display, like you can show all your saved, so you can delete from your save list also. So if you click on this delete button, so it will delete your recipe from your save list. So this thing, and if you go to there and you can sign out from, so this also came from the Clerk. So this is a Clerk integration with Next.js. So this whole thing we are gonna do by your or our own hand, whatever you can say. Okay, so let's start. So here we are gonna use Next.js latest version, that is called that is version number is 14. So in this 14 we are that server action, they have released the server action, so we are going to implement the server action over here. So we are not gonna build any kind of API directly, we are gonna do that server action directly on this project on Next.js. Okay, so let's start. So first, for install we have to copy this command and run this, and dot slash, that means this project will gonna be installed on this folder, means that present folder. So hit enter. Okay, so something, hit enter. So it will ask something like would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. Would you like to use yes length? Yes. Tailwind with we are gonna use Tailwind CSS. Yes. Source directory we are gonna use app router. We are gonna use here app router. App router is the newest feature of Next.js. We're gonna use import alias. Okay, no, not now. So it will take some time. So in the meantime, we're gonna see our next thing what we're gonna use here. So that is called Clerk for authentication. So this is the Clerk for authentication. First we have to log in or sign up, whatever you can, means if you already sign up, so you have to sign in, or if you are not, then you have to log in with Google or GitHub or email address. So I am logging with my Gmail here. Okay, so here you can see there are some options to, like actually Clerk, there is so here you can see some options are here, right? So this is the Google email, you can log in with phone number, username, Facebook, Apple ID, GitHub, Microsoft, and lots of things. So here we are gonna only use Google. So if you want to enable anything more, like you can just enable, so it will work and it will show this option like this way. So I am not using the GitHub, I am not using the email, I am only using with continue with Google. So I'm just enabling the Google and create the application. So you have to give the application name. I'm giving for now the recipe manager. So just click on the create application, so it will create the application for you. So you have to choose like your environment. So I'm choosing the Next.js. So already application apps like, so your application is ready. So you can build with Next.js, React, Remix, Redux.js, Gas.jpy, Expo, or JavaScript, whatever. So I am using Next.js here. So how to install? So first it says that install the Clerk Next.js. So copy this and paste it. Then it says your .env.local file. You just copy these things. So here I am creating one env. So I am not going for local or prod or something. So I'm just only creating .env. So click enter. So env is your environment file. Here you're gonna store your all environment related keys, like secret keys. So I'm keeping here my secret keys. And then this says like update middleware.ts. So you have to create one file in middleware.ts in src directory. Okay, so this is the src directory. So middleware.ts, here you just copy and paste it, the code. And then it says if you are using app router or page router, so I am using app router. So in your app.layout.txt file, it says write this code. So first you have to wrap your whole component with Clerk provider, and then you have to use the sign in button, these components that provided by the that Clerk, and then you just run. So before implement this part, let's build our header part. Okay. So header part means let's build this part only first. So first let's run the project. So npm run dev, and here localhost on 3000 it will run. So run 3000 localhost. Okay, spelling was wrong. So first delete all the unnecessary things, like in these pages we don't need this kind of things, so delete everything. Here just write anything like hi or something. You can see your hi is showing. First let's build the header first. So in this layout, so HTML first as per Clerk, they told just wrap your whole HTML file, means this is the HTML, means your layout file, in this layout.tss, like cover up with this Clerk provider. So let's first cover up this. So Clerk provider, okay. Now let's build the header first. So for header, we have in this app folder we are creating another folder called components, and here file called header.tsx. So RFC, so RFC is like one extension in VS Code. So if you write RFC, so it will create the this snippet actually. So in this header, so first bring this header and pass it over here. So whatever code we are writing in this header, so it will display on this header. So like here if you see header, so it's not displaying right now. It's not displaying right now. So before this header, let's create a div, and that div we are giving the class name that minimum height screen. Okay, another thing, background is gray, so bg gray 100. And inside this div pass the header. So now let's create the header and footer also. You can create a footer also. So let's create the footer also here first. So here we are not okay, we just create another component called footer.tsx. So this is footer. So first build the header, then we are gonna build the footer. So this is the header. So we're gonna use header, and inside the header we are giving some class. So class name will be background is the gradient, so bg gradient. So gradient to r from green from green 400 via blue is 500 to purple 500, oh no, okay, 600, and shadow shadow medium and py4. So here we are not gonna focusing any kind of css or html parts. Okay, we are only focusing on the Next.js part, Prisma part, MongoDB part, and the authentication on all the process. So inside the header, create a div and give this div class name container mx auto flex justify between items should be center, so item center and px4 for padding. And inside this, first we are creating a link. So link is the anchor tag of Next.js. Okay, and here we are writing the foodies, the recipe book, and the link we are giving some class name here. For link, class name is text 3xl, font is bold, and text is white, text color is white, so text white. And every link should be href tag, so href, and href is the nothing, just normal slash, means home page. So now you can see this is the our like header. Now creating a nav. So creating a nav, after this link create a nav bar. So nav first write ul unordered list and give some class name also the ul. So class name is flex space x8 item center, and inside this ul create some list. So first list obviously the new recipe, so new recipe, and so new recipe should be in the anchor tag. So link like this way, and we obviously have to give the some class name here, and the class name is item center text is white, on hover the text should be gray, so text gray 600, transition colors, so transition colors, duration 300, and obviously link should be have href. So this is called recipes slash create edit. So because we're gonna create single route for create and update, so it's called create edit. So now this button is ready like this, or you can text white, so you can give text blue also, something if you want blue. Now blue is also not working, so white is good, white 900 will work. give text black. Black will be good. So black will be good. So this is one button. This is one. Another is, next one is categories. But for categories should be the button. On click on this button, one list will be open. Okay. So another list will be the button. So button is called categories. Okay, like this way. But this category, when someone click on this button, that menu will open like this. So let's give some class on this button. So class name is text white. So by default is already text white. So class, and on hover we can copy the class over text black. This same will go here. Okay, and for this list we have to give some class name also. This is relative. You have to give the relative class. And after this button we have to create another UL, means another list for showing all the options. Give some class name also. Class name will be like absolute. Absolute top should be full, left is 0, background is white, shadow LG, shadow large, p by 2, rounded medium, margin top 1, and block. So where we are keeping now it is block. So we are playing with this key, with this class, like block or hide, or we can keep also the hidden or something, anything. So we can play with the block and hidden class over here. And inside the unordered list, create the list. So that list can be anything. So we can give some class name for this list. So class name will be px4 and py2, only for padding purpose. And you can give write pizza, okay, something kind of. So you can see, and this text is white, it's showing. So text is black. Okay, you can see only one button is there. Okay, you can give here cursor pointer. Okay, so for now write to pizza or snacks kind of. Now another list is for recipe. Yes, recipes, my recipes. So another is for, I'm just copy the categories and paste it over here. Another is recipes. So in the recipes also, so here is not in the recipe also, it's the mine. One option is mine, another option is saved, like this way. Obviously this will be the link, so I will give the letter. So when someone is click on this button or menu, it will redirect to that page only. So now we are not focusing here. Now another list is for our sign in button here. So here we are gonna play here. So first we have to wrap with the sign out. So here you can see this thing we have to wrap. So first you have to wrap with sign out. This is the sign in button. So this sign in button we can modify it. So we are modifying the sign in button. Here we are giving the button. So let's give the button. So button is showing sign in, and we can give some class name to that button. Class name we can give item center, text white, hover text gray, 300. No, okay, hover the black, like all should be same. Text black, and same the transition colors, whatever is there. So copy this and paste it here. And this is a sign in button. So import the sign in button, import the sign in options, and into the user button. So it will actually handle all the things, like user is already signed in or not. If signed out, then show the sign in button. Okay, if not, if signed in, then show the user button. User button means that user option. I'm talking about this one. Okay, so this menu also, it also came from Clerk. So it's done. Now reload it. Now you can see one button is there, right? So click on this button. So it will react to that page. Let's see your app name. So click on this continue with Google. Sign in. Continue. And it will react to your home page. So now it's showing your like home icon. This one. It's done. It's very simple. Now first we have to build. So now first we are gonna build this form, create recipe. So this form and this functionality, create and edit. So we are gonna build both. So first let's create the recipe first, then go to the mine recipe part, and then again we are going to the edit part and then delete part. So this is the like whole CRUD operation. So let's start. So first when someone is click on this button, if I'm going to click, so you can see this is the route and this giving 404. That means that page is not exist now. So for this app router, we have to give the folder name and the page. So this is the route path. So according to the route path, we have to create those folder. So inside that app folder, create first folder called recipes. So create the recipes. So our recipes, and create another folder inside the recipes, create edit. So create edit, and then inside this file, inside this folder, create one file called page.tsx, and this is the like upsert form, upsert recipe. Okay, so now this is not coming. Why this is not coming? Go to the header. Okay, so these children will be the after the header. Now you can see the upsert recipe is there. That means our page route is working perfectly fine. Now go to that page. Give some class name to that div. So class name will be the max WXL MX Auto PX4 and PI8. Then create one H1 tag. So inside that div, create one H1 tag. and write create recipe. Now give some class to this h1 tag also, so that class will be the this one, create recipe. Now create another component for form. So this is the another component form, upsert form. So why it's called upsert? Because if exist, because we are using this common form for edit and edit both the purpose. So create inside the create edit folder, create another folder called components, and create one file called upsert form. So upsert form.tsx. and bring this form inside that page after the h1 tag. See, this is the upsert form. So for upsert form, let's build the form first. So for building this form, create a form tag, give some class space y6, and inside that form create a div, and inside that div create a label, and that label is called title, and create another input component or input box, and this type will be the text. So type is the text. Okay, type text, id is title, name is also the title, and here inside that label HTML for also the title. So it will look like this way. Now we have to give the some class. So we have give some class to label. So now it's going down, and give some class to input box also. So for label we have give the class block, text is the gray, font medium, and margin bottom I give 1. For input box also, class name is the width full, border gray, and when on focus it's showing blue, outline is the blue. Now copy these things, copy this div for other also, so it will look like this. So after this title, next is description. So this will not be description, actually this category. So this is the some bug you can say. So next is the category, then description, then image URL, and then cooking time in minutes. Let's build up to this. So after the title, next is the category, and the category is the select box. There will be no type, and here we have give some options like breakfast, snacks, like that way. Here you can say select category. Okay, next one is for, so this is the category, so give the id to category. Next is description. So description type, this is not, this is not a type, this is a text area. There will no type, give some rows. Rows count is 5, so it looks bigger. Then this is the description. Next one is the image URL. So here we are not gonna uploading any kind of image. We just take it from Google image and paste it over here. So we can say image URL and take from Google image, or like copy Google image URL and paste Google URL and paste it here. Okay, so this is the type text, this is the image. Next one is for cooking time in minutes. So cooking time, it says it's minutes. Cooking time in minutes. This you can give number. Okay, now let's build the next part. So this is the ingredient. So add, if click on this add ingredient button, it will create another input like that way. If you delete, so it will delete the input also. So for step also. So doing these things, we have to first make this component as client component, and then create the whole things with use state hook. So make it client component. So for making it, write use client at the top of the file, then make ingredients, and then set ingredients. This is the use state. So at the initial, it is a blank array. Next one is the steps. Now when someone is click on this button, then that array means this input array of inputs will be increased by 1. If delete, so decrease by 1. So first make this function. So make a function called handle ingredients change. So const handle ingredient. Another is for handle step change. So here we are, first we have to take the index number of this array. So index, this is the number, and then the value. So value is obviously, this value is the string. So value is string. Same thing for here also. Inside this function, first const new ingredient. First take the state ingredients, whatever it is, this is what the data is there, and then add the new one. So new ingredients, and give the index, and then give the value like this, and then set ingredients is the new ingredients. Give any here. So where it's a blank value, first give the initially as a blank for both, because if you will give the blank value, then only one, if you will reload this, you can see one input option is showing. So it's with a blank value. So this is the first one index or one value in this array. This is a blank one. Same for steps. So you have to give the call as new steps. It's called steps, steps, get steps. Done. Now go to down. So here first let's copy this. So first this is the ingredients, so called ingredients. History for is not required. Okay. Now you don't require the input directly. So instead of input, we have to build that one. How we can build? So we have to just run a loop, because here we are already manage the array of states or array of value or in a state, that is ingredients. So you have to loop to these ingredients, then only you can display one by one. So let's loop the things. So ingredients dot map dot item, or you can say ingredient, this is the string, and the index, and this is the number. Here just not required this one. Directly we can keep the div like div, and then input type will be the text, obviously, like this way. Give the key will be the index. Give some class to the div, so class will be the flex and item center. So flex and item center. Give the input class obviously the same, so copy and paste it over here. And this is the array of input, so we can give the name. So name actually not work, because this is the array of inputs, so we are not giving the any kind of name here. We can write some placeholder. So placeholder will be the, we can say ingredient. Okay, so this is index, so it's ingredient 1 or 0, so +1 for better reading. So ingredient 1. Here also you have to add one button. That button is for delete, so button, it's the delete button, like that way, and give some class to that button. So type is the button, and give some class. So on change, it will call handle ingredient change with index and value. So index and ingredient. Like this way. And for delete and add button, we have to create the functionality. So let's first create handle add. So const handle add ingredient. So for add ingredient, so for handle add an ingredient, so set the ingredients with a blank value. So ingredients, then blank value. So same thing for handle step, add step also. So handle add step, set steps with a add. And for delete, so const handle delete integration ingredient. So for delete purpose, so const new ingredients, then we have to splice the value. So new ingredients dot splice with index and 1. So we have to keep the index here. So index is the number. Then set ingredients with new ingredients. So same thing for handle delete steps. So handle delete steps, new steps, done. Now let's create the things here. So on delete, so on click, it will call handle delete, handle delete ingredient with index. And here we are adding another button called add ingredient kind of. So after this, create one button called add, or you can say plus add ingredient, like this way, and give some class. So type is button and give some class. Just nothing, just text is blue and font is medium and on focus is outline. So like that way. And on click, it will call handle add ingredient. So handle add ingredient. So see, done. Same way we have to write for uh, steps. So copy this one, delete this last one, copy paste it. Here we are writing steps and run loop through the steps. This is called step. Here we are calling handle add step or handle step change. So handle step change, writing steps, and in this button, so it will call handle delete step. So handle delete steps, and here is add steps. It called handle add steps. And this is the text area, not the input box. So this is the text area with rows 2. Then step 2, step 3. Okay, so our form is ready. Now let's a button called submit or something. So after last div, create a button. Give the type is submit. So giving the type is submit, and here create recipe. The button label is the create recipe. See, this button is done. And now give some class name. I'm giving some class name. Then our form is ready. Now let's make the functionality. So for storing all the things, we are gonna install Prisma. So with help of the Prisma and server action, this is server action is a newest feature of Next.js. So with help of the server action and the Prisma, we are inserting or we are playing the data for storing purpose with MongoDB. So for this, we have to install Prisma first. So if you will go here, so Prisma, the quick start. So we have to install Prisma. So this is the way how to connect the database. So this is a database URL. So we are using, we are gonna use MongoDB URL. So now install Prisma. So if you have to install npm I Prisma and Prisma client. Hit enter. Now go to the MongoDB cloud. So MongoDB cloud Atlas. Create your own DB. So if you don't know how to create the Atlas, how to like take the connection URL or connection string, so check out my another video. I already like showing how all the things, and this is the very little things. Just sign up with the Google, and then you will see how to create the cluster. Just create the cluster, and then you will show, you can see the button called connect, and click on this connect button. You will also see another one options called connect to application, and click on there, and then you just create your user, and you will get the user and password, username and password. So with username password, you will get the full connection string. So copy that connection string and go to the env file and write the database URL and give this. and save. Now first we have to build Prisma schema. We have already installed Prisma. We have to build first Prisma schema. So now in that root path, just create a folder called Prisma. Here we are creating one folder called Prisma, and here inside the one file called schema.prisma. So as per this, we have to copy this one. So this is provided is MongoDB we are going to use. Here is Postgres SQL, and we are passing the URL env from that env database URL. Okay. Now we have to tell what is the client. So our client is generate the client provided is a Prisma client.js. We have already installed Prisma client. Now make the recipe. So for make the recipe, create the model. So model recipe. So I'm not writing, I just copy from my repo and paste it over here. You guys can also, but you can write also. So for that, so this is the recipe model. You can see this is a recipe ID, this is a string, and actually this is the ID, and this is default auto generated, and it's mapped with the underscore ID, because in this MongoDB this ID is called underscore ID, and this is object ID. Okay, now this is another is title, description, ingredients. This is the array of strings, steps, image, category, rating, that is the float. The rating we are going to calculate, like when some user will give the rating, and we are calculating the average rating over here. So this is average rating value. Cooking time in minutes, this is a int, like 45 minutes, 50 minutes, 70 minutes kind of, and created is a date time, and this is the default, it will take the current time. That's why default is now. And one is author ID. So author ID means which user actually stored that data. So this is the author ID, and this is not required right now, so we are just commented because we are storing the saved recipe and rating, so that's why it's not required. So commented. Up to this is now required for doing the CRUD operation on the recipe. Okay, so our schema is done. Now let's run some command like npx prisma db push. So it automatically initialize, and database already in sync with Prisma schema. So I have already done, so that's why it's showing. So it's already synced. Now let's create now inside this app folder, source app, create another folder called library or lib. Here create a file called prisma.ts. First we have to bring Prisma client. So like const global Prisma, we are storing the Prisma value in this global variable. So global Prisma equal to global this dot global this as unknown. We are converting the unknown as so where just create the object called Prisma. So variable name is Prisma, and this is the Prisma client. Okay, or we can say it's undefined if Prisma client is not exist. Now create a Prisma base. So const Prisma base is the variable. So if global Prisma dot Prisma is exist, so okay. If not exist, then create one instance. So with nullish operator, so new Prisma client. Now export const Prisma equal to Prisma base. Now it say if process dot not equal to production, then global for Prisma dot Prisma equal to Prisma base. So it will not creating multiple instances of Prisma. Done. Now create a file called action.ts. So action.ts. Here we are writing all the server action. So here first build a schema of recipe. Schema means this is not the Prisma schema, this is actually Zod schema or like validation schema. So for that we are gonna use Zod, another popular package. So npm I Zod so write const recipe schema equal to z. So what is z? So z is the instead of Zod. So import z from Zod. So z dot object so title is the z dot string. So z dot string description z dot string ingredients is the array of string. So z of array then z of string. Like that way also steps image also category also, and last one is the cooking time minutes, that is a number. So cooking time in minutes, this is a number, and obviously it should be integer, and also it should be positive value. Done. So this is the basic recipe schema of the validation. Now make a folder called create recipe. So export async function create recipe. Okay, we will take the form data, we will take all the ingredients. So in that form this data will not come with the form because it's a array and we are not giving the name. So we are keeping this the form data up to this, and then also take these ingredients and these steps, then we will store the data. So we will take the ingredients. So ingredients we are taking, so this is the string of array, no, sorry, string of no, array of string. So string array of string, then so this is the function. Like that way we will take the steps, Then we will take user id, that is author id you can say also. So author id, who are actually storing the data. So author id is the string, and the form data, this is the form data. Done. Now let the recipe, we have stored the created value in this recipe file. We will store the created recipe value in the recipe file. Now inside this try catch block, if any error occurs, so we have to log the error. So error from create recipe, and from here we have to throw the error, throw new error, like that way. Error dot message or internal server error. Now make the payload first. So const payload, so title equal to form data dot get title. So for description is also the same. So description is also the same one. Copy and paste it. Image category, and another is cooking time in minutes, and this is a I converting to number, and then ingredients and steps. So ingredients and steps, and then author id. Done. Our payload is ready. Now let's create that. So first validate the data. So const parse data equal to, have to parse with the that schema. So parse data equal to recipe schema dot save parse payload. If it's not giving the success, so if it's not giving the parse data dot success, then it will throw the error. So throw new error, like you can directly say like invalid payload, or you can give the actual error message from the parse data. So for actual error, so we have to write parse data dot errors dot errors dot map, because we are getting the all the errors in array. So map error dot message, like that we will get, and then you have to join, and then join with /n, like that we have to send the error. And if all good, means if not success, then we will have to throw the error. If success, then it will come the next line, then we will store the recipe, and we have to create the recipe. So await Prisma. So Prisma, we have to bring the Prisma from lib.prisma. So we have to bring the Prisma Okay, so action folder will be the inside the app folder. So I'm moving it to app folder. So now dot lib slash prisma. So prisma dot recipe dot create and pass the data equal to this payload. Data is this payload. Sorry, not this payload, pass data dot data. Author is just string. That will give the author ID also. So when all done, then it will redirect to that my recipe list, means my recipe or that recipe homepage. So for now, I just giving, so redirect to the recipes slash recipe dot id, recipe id. This here is not from here. This redirect is from navigation. Done. So first it will, let's recap this. Let's recap this. First we are creating the validation schema with Zod. Then on this create recipe we are taking all the from data up to this, and then we are taking the ingredients and steps, and the author ID means who are creating, because after logged in, like user can create the recipe. And then we are making the payload, we are pass the payload with that validation schema. If validation is not success, we are throwing the error. That error will come in this array of message. So that's why we are take all the array and then join with the next line. And then recipe, we are creating the data and pass the data. And if any error occurs, then in this catch block we are throwing the error. If, and then if all good, then we are redirect that page to that recipe page. So this page is not built yet, we have to build that page. So let's run npm run dev. Now go to the upsert form. Now we have to call that function. So we have to first bind the function with form data, ingredients, steps, and the author ID. So create one function, bind function name called const create recipe with bind, or better understand, equal to create recipe dot bind. We have to bind with from data is passing as null, is going vice versa. Then ingredients then steps. Now we need user. How we can get the user? So just so const user equal to, we are going to use user hook from Clerk. So use user, it will give all the user information to me, or you can say is so like that way. user.id. So user.id. It is, you have to use this one and bring this create recipe also. So import create recipe from so it will bring from create recipe from app action and call this one as s string. Now on from action, so action will be this. Now let's reload this and try to create a new recipe like test recipe A, category breakfast, and description, image URL, all the things you can give. So it's giving this one, ingredients, steps, all the things, and click on this button. It's saying number must be greater than 0. What number I'm giving, I don't know. So for categories, we are creating a constant file. So create one folder called constants. Create a folder called constants. Recipe dot constant dot ts, and this list I'm giving give into that repo, so you can take it from the repo. So this is the category, so all the categories are there. And now go to the recipe font, run a loop over here like category dot map category and this one. So value is category, key is also category, and here it's showing also category. And this is the category. This category you have to bring it from, so import category from constants.ts. So you can see all the constants are showing here. This is the string. So our create part and create functionality has done. Now let's create this mine one. Mine one means like when like user created the recipe, then in that mine list user can see their own created recipes. So let's like this one. So this is the route slash my slash all. So recipes, then slash my slash all. So go to the recipes folder. Here create another folder called my, and here called another folder called all, and here create a new file page.tsx. My recipes. Now go to the menu header. So this is the link actually. So create a link tag over here. Create a link. Write mine. Give href slash recipes slash my slash all, and this is also same. So this is for saved. So if I will click on this, so it will react to this slash my slash all page, and here is my recipes showing. Now go to that my recipes page. So here if I will create any kind of recipe like so, so in this mine recipe, so we will display this kind of card, but those cards actually created by the user. So let's design this card first. So inside this component folder, create one folder, create one file called recipe list. So create another component called recipe list .tsx. So inside the recipe list, so in this list all the recipe card will be there. So in this list all the cards, so let's build another component called recipe card. So recipe card .tsx. So inside the recipe card, first let's design this card. So the whole card will be wrapped with the link component, because if anywhere you will like user will click on this card, so it will redirect to that recipe details page. So whole component will be with link tag, and href will be slash recipes slash id. This id will be the dynamic one which is coming from this. So this will I will work on this later. So import the component. So inside the link, create a div, give some class name like bg white, shadow medium, overflow hidden, rounded large, cursor should be pointer, and on hover it will be shadow will be large, from medium to large. Okay, now inside this div we need one image. So this image, so this source equal to, like I can copy this image address for now and paste it over here like that way, and alt will be the for now recipe image. And give some class like width will be full height will be kind of 48, object will be cover, and object center. So this will be look like this. Now create another div, give class name like padding 4, Inside this div, first for heading, so use h3 tag for heading, anything like test recipe. For now I am writing for testing purpose, and give some class like text will be large, font will be semi bold, margin bottom 2, and text gray 800. Now create another p tag after this h tag for the description, sorry, for the category. Give p tag for this category, and for now write some Italian. And give some class name to this p tag also. Next create another div, and give recipe rating. So create another div for here. Actually rating images are there, so due to these deployments and maybe it's not showing actually. So let's give some icon. So here create one div, give some class name to this div like flex and center and margin top 4. Then go to the icon, hero icons, write hero icons here. So hero icons, go to the 0 icons and write star, take solid one, copy JSX and paste it here. And after this icon, in this span tag, inside this span tag write some 4.5 or something the rating. Now after this div, create another div for timing, for showing the time, cooking time. So give div and same class flex center or something. So create flex center or something. Inside this div again give timing, so here some clock, so clock, and then inside this span, and we can write like 80 minutes because we are taking only the minutes value, so it showing the 80 minutes like that way. Then here, so up to this is done, not this one, up to this is done. So this is the actually card, but now also we have to give button over here like edit and delete button. So this edit and delete button will show where when this card will be displayed on this my page, this page like my all page or my save page. But when it is displayed in the index page or home page, it will not be displayed the things. So for this we have to handling something. How we can handle? We can handle with the like is a save, is my recipe or not, means from where this page like this card where it will be rendered. So based on this it will display the, it will showing the edit button or delete button. So for that, for here we are creating two button. So obviously this is a div, give some class like justify n and flex, and inside this div we are creating two link, one is edit and another is delete. So edit one is link because we are redirecting that kick when someone is click on this button, edit button, so it will redirect to this page like create page, this page actually. But with like when someone is try to edit and they will or he or she will redirect or land on this page, then the create will be change to update, like update recipe. Button name will be the update recipe kind of. Let's create two button. One is link, another is button. So this is edit and this is delete. Now give some class. So this is the class name for this link and this is the class name for delete. So this is the edit, another is delete. Okay, now we have to handle this thing, like this will be showcased or not. How to handle? We will take some parameter from here. So how we can take the parameter? We can maintain some flag. So fc here, like is my recipe or is my saved, means from this, from both the pages we are passing some flag to handle this. So if these two things were, these two flags are coming, like is my saved or is my recipe, or we can say is saved recipe kind of. So is saved recipe, here if it is from is my recipe or is saved recipe, okay, we have to pass here also is my recipe, and this is actually type, we are defining the type, we have to pass from here, and is saved recipe, if anything match then only we are showcasing these two. Okay, and this href will be redirected to that, like slash recipes slash create edit and then slash id. This id will be dynamically replaced. And now question is like, for my recipe we can, that is my recipe, so I can edit or delete, but for saved we will, or as a user I will, if I am user, so I will save others recipe for my future reference, so that we can't edit, we just delete. So if it is from saved recipe, then this edit button will be the hidden, so hidden will also handling here. So then that for that for means that things we are hiding the edit button. So our recipe card is ready. Now let's go to the recipe list. So from the recipe list we have to bring this recipe card to this recipe list. So obviously recipes count will be the, like recipes will be the array of recipe. So here we are, as for now we are taking one variable called recipes. This is the array. Okay, so we are showcasing here like if recipes dot length greater than 0, then obviously one thing will come, else one thing and another thing will come. So if greater than 10 is fine, if greater than not 0, then we have to showcasing the no recipe found. So here it will come no recipe found, like that way. So if recipe's length is greater than 0, then for now we are keeping h1 tag, or else this one, like that way. So this is one part. If recipes has some data, then we are showing all the list. If it does not have any data, so we will showcasing no recipe find with some class name, like this should be like this actually. If I will go to the recipe mine, so here it's showing like no recipe found, so like that way. Now for this we are wrapping with this fragment here also, because we are creating two div one by one. So one div, another div. Why two div? One div for listing, like recipe cards. Another is for that pagination button. So first one, give some class name, like because we have to create grid, so class name, so give some grid. So this class will be grid columns 1, so grid calls 1. Then this will be the medium grid, so mid grid, so medium grid, and that grid will be columns 2, medium grids columns 2, so columns 2, and large grid columns 3, large grid columns 3, and gap will be 6, so gap will be 6, like that. Now inside this div we have to run a loop with recipes. So recipes dot map, we are give recipe, here we are passing the recipe card, so recipe card, like that way. And here we have to passing is my recipe is true. For both that actually optional parameters. Give some any array, like that way. We have to pass the key also, so key will be the key, like that way. And this recipe actually have to pass it here. This is the actually recipe. This recipe actually the recipe from Prisma client, means same schema as per recipe. So that's why this recipe come from Prisma client. Means what, Prisma client generated the schema for recipe when we ran that that command Prisma db push. That time Prisma actually generated some schema. What schema we have defined? Okay, in the schema. So same thing, same kind of data will come here. So that's why we are given the type as recipe here. Now this recipe list we have to bring it here on this page. Okay, so inside this page we have to bring the recipe list. So before that we have to create one main component and bring this recipe list and give some class name to that main, like that way. So now it's showing no recipe found because we don't have any recipe till now. And also if you can see, first is search by and sort by, these two components are there, so we have to build these two components also. So create, so this area we can call as search zone. So create another component called search zone dot tsx. So inside the search zone, first for search we have to maintain a text. So const search text set search text equal to use state. By default is blank string, or you guys already know, if you want to use state in any component, then you have to make it as use like client component. So for that we have to write use client at the top of the file. So this also you have to bring here, like search zone. So you can see search zone is came. Now we can create, like we can give the first some class name like flex, then justify between and item center and margin bottom 8. So it will like that way. Then so when someone is click on this search button or someone is click on this any like any sorting option, then it will redirect to that home page with some query parameters. So for that we have to use the router. So const router and use router, and this use router should be bring it from next navigation. Okay, now inside in this search zone create another div. Okay, and give some class name to the div also, that we have to move it to center. Item center, and here we have to create this input box and input button. So for that we have to create input, type will be the text, and one button, and button will be the search, like that. See? Now we have to give some class to this input box and give some class to that button. Now it looks nice like this. Now here we have to give some placeholder, like placeholder we can say like search with title, search with title. And on change, on change event it will update the search text state. So update the state value with e dot target dot value. Now on click on this button, so when someone is click on this button, so on click event, on click event we are checking if search text is there, then we are redirecting route, we are redirecting the route dot, so it will be the router dot push, we are pushing another page. So nothing, so this is actually push same page with some parameter. So same page means now there will be three kind of page. It can be home page, it can be my recipe page, it can be my save page, because we are same search zone, we are going to use the same search zone in these three pages. So we are taking the path from as a params. So fc, we are taking the path, so writing this path as string. So we are taking the path as a path will be the optional also, because if path not exists then we are taking it as a home page. So if this is a path, if path is there then file, if not then it will be the home page, like that way. And then we are adding like search text equal to the search text, like that. Done. Now create another div. Now create another div, and also again give some class name to the div, like same class name flex item center space x4, like that way. And here we are writing the short by, this kind of short by first. So let's create the span first for writing the short by. So short by, like that way. Give some class, like because this is span, so it looks small. Here it's coming. Now after this span create a select box. So create select box. So select box, and we have to give the some option. So first option will be the short by, and second all the options will come from constant. So here we are keeping another constant, and here we are writing like this way. Why this way? This is the short methods. So this is the title, newest will be, this is the label. বল ব্যাগটা গুছানো, হ্যাঁ তো হলো বলতে, না ব্যাগ কি গুছাবো তো যাও। So this is the actually key. So we are using three kind of short methods. So this is the key, and we are showcasing the label called newest first. This is the label, what label we are showing to the user, and for this how order by will work, and also we are also keeping the short by also. Now maybe you guys thinking like why we are using short order by and short by, both the things. So we are using Prisma, so that's why we are like if you are guys is using find method or direct you are using the order by concept for Prisma, so for that concept we have to passing like this way. But if you are using aggregation method on this direct normal core aggregation of MongoDB, then you have to pass the this way. So here in this video I want to actually showcase both the way. One thing we are using with order by or Prisma find way, find method, find many or find one, this kind of methods. Another thing we are also building aggregation, so there we are using short by. So both we are using, but if you want to use both the places in the find by, so you can keep only order by. If you want to use both the places in the short by method, so you can only keep the short by method. Both is not required actually, but for this learning purpose I am keeping both. Now so this is done. So these short methods we have to keep it, means bring it here, and then we have to run the loop. So for running the loop, this is the object, so I have to run the loop with the object. So object dot entries, now it's make a kind of array. Now use map. Okay, so inside this map, so first is the method name, we are keeping first is the method name. So method name, and another is the method value, we can say method value. This is not required, method value. And inside this we are keeping the option value will be the method name, and label will be the method like method name, and another is a method value dot label, like that. So we are making it as a array, then we are running the map method, and we are passing these two, method name and method value. So this is the, if you will go here, this is a method name and this is the method value. So this is the method name, and then method value we are showing the label over here. So if you will click, you can see this option will come. Now give some class to that select button. So giving the class some select button, so it looks like this. Now here also we have to pass short value. How we can pass the short value? Short value actually the present default short value, means from we have to take the short value from the search parameter of the URL. So by default it is a blank, so short value, this is also a string and optional parameter. Also you have to take the search value also, because when like someone is searching, if I am searching someone this one, so if I will click on this search button, then this thing we have to showcase on it here. It's actually showcasing, but maybe due to some reason it's showing like white color, text color is the white, but it's actually not the white. Okay, so leave it for this, because we are giving here as a black. You can see this is a, we can give it as a black over here. So give some class, so text black, so text black here. So black spelling is wrong actually, like that way. Here also have to, we can give it as text black, like that way. Now everything looks fine. So we have to take this value, less cooking time, so it's selected. You can see if we will click best rated, then it's changed, then it again it's showing as selected. So for this we have to take the things. So like here we can keep it as search value. So search value, this is also a string. So if search value come, then we have to showcase, set the by default state as search value, or else it's blank. So we have to take the short value and search value. Also same here, for short value to set to default value as, so default value as short value if coming. If not come, then default value is the blank. And on change method, and on change again it will be redirected to that page. So route dot push, same kind of things. So if e dot target dot value is there and it's not match with short value, it's not short value equal to this one, if both are not matched, then we just pass like this is a short by and pass this e dot kind this way. And also you have to think, if it is not there, if value is not there, okay, if value is not there, we have to here, if this matched, then we have to return, we have to do nothing. And else here we have to pass router dot push with home page link. Here also, else we have to same thing, we have to copy and paste it here. So our search zone is done. So now it also looks like this. Now let's create, if I'm clicking this one, so it, if I will click outside of that upside that menu, so it will go hidden. So this thing we have to build. So let's build this. Go to the header, click one hook. So create a folder called hooks, and create another file called use click outside.tsx. So use click outside.tsx rfce. Here we have to pass a function, so handler, and obviously this is a function, and this function actually return a void. Okay, and now here we are taking const reference, we are using useref over here. So useref, and this is obviously that HTML, this is the HTML element, so HTML element, or this can be null, and we are passing useref by default is as null. The value is by default is null. Now on this use effect, so on use effect const handle click outside, it's capture the event is actually mouse event. So mouse event then if ref dot current and not ref dot current dot contains event dot target as node, if not content, then call the handler function. And here after this, just document dot add event listener, and give mouse down. If mouse down happen, then we have to click this fine handler click outside, and then return document dot remove event listener. So have to remove the event listener as mouse down and click again, handle the click. So if any mouse down event is means up, okay, if any event listener is removed, then also clear this one, and this whole thing will be depends on the handler function, like that. And we have to return the ref. Done. Now bring this in this header. So first we have to using use state hook to for opening and close. So we are creating two use state. One is category open, another is for recipe menu open. So one is category menu, another is recipe menu. So we have to bring the use state over here. So make the client component. So use client. Now again it's coming, right? Now const category menu reference that can be any equal to use click outside. So this one use click outside. So copy this one, paste it, bring it, and pass the function, because it's like expecting some function. So this function is this one, like this will be the false. Same thing is for recipe menu open. So recipe menu open ref, that recipe menu is the false one. Now go to the categories. If someone is click on these categories, this button, okay, so if someone is click on this button, so on click it will be open set category open menu open, and it's actually vice versa. So category menu open, like that. Same thing will be work for my one also, recipes also, but here it's a set recipe menu open and it's the recipe menu open, like that. So when it's open, then it will be showing block, else it will be hidden, right? So handling like that way. So it should be handling like this way. So this is the class name, and if category is open, then it should be block. So add this block class, else add the hidden class. Same thing is for my recipe also. So on this recipe here, same thing. Now is both are hidden. So if I'm click on here, so it's showing. If I'm click outside, okay, so we have to set the reference also. So we haven't set the reference yet. So here we are setting the reference. So this reference will be the category menu reference, and this reference actually the recipe menu reference. So if I'm click, so it's going. If I click outside, it's hidden, like that. So here we have to add another cursor pointer. Okay, done. Also another thing we can handle, we have to bring the user. So const user equal to use user. Okay, we have to check. Video. Now here for this recipes menu, we have to showcase the recipe menu when user has been signed in, right? So we have to check it here on this. If user is signed in, then only we have to showcase this list. So here user has been already signed, so that's why it's showing. So now it's working perfectly fine. Now working on the recipe list. So go to the all page here. First we have to bring all the recipes. Before that we have to take all the search parameters from the here. Like we will get the page number, we can get the limit, we can get the category filter. So we will get the category ID or category name, we can get the search text, we can get the short by. So this kind of five parameter we can be received from search parameters. So for search parameters, so like that way we can access the search parameter. So is search params. So like that way we can access the search params, and we have to give the types of the search params. So we have to type the search params. So here search params, it can be, so it can be page. So page will be the number, right? Page, it can be limit, that is also a number. Then it can be search text. So search text, this is string. Then short by, this also can be a string. And then category, this is also can be string. So this kind of 5 data can be there in the search params. And in the search zone we have to pass the value path. So here the path is this one, recipes my / all. So copy this and paste it. Then search value, so search value will be the search text. So search text. And then short value is the search param dot short value, sorry, short by. Done. In this recipe list we have to get the recipe first. So for getting the recipe we have to first create the server action for fetching the recipes. So in this action.ts file, we have to write the function for get recipes. So for getting the recipe, create one function like export const get recipes. First we have to check from the cache. If we will get the data from the cache, then return from the cache. If not, then we will go to the db call, go for the db call, right? So for this we have to call cache. This is a React cache, and inside the cache we have to call async, then data can be like this, all the data, it can be search text, all the things like what is there. So go to the page, copy this, copy this data like that, but everything are optional. So page can be optional, limit, search text, sort by category, and also author ID. We can pass author ID also, filter by authors. Why author ID? Because for my recipe purpose we are filtering data by author ID, because if I am the author I can see only my recipes. So author ID, author ID. Okay, now bring the all data. So const bring the all data, page, limit, search text, so like that way from the data. Like this way. Search text, author ID, page default is 1. If page is not there, then we are setting the page is the default 1, limit is default is 12, category sort by all the things. Now in this try catch block, if any error occur, then obviously we are throwing the error. So throwing the error from fetch recipes. So error is any for now. And inside this try block, inside the try block, first we have to create two clause. One is let where clause. So let where clause, that is default is blank object, and it can be any. Same thing for short clause, short by clause. So or order by clause, whatever you can say. So order by clause. Now if now check every parameters, like if author ID is there, okay, then filter will be the author ID. So where clause like that way, right? Then if and also it will be the, and in order by default it's we can give the created at descending. So default created at is the descending order. Then if search text is there, then we can keep write where clause equal to dot 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 where clause, and then title or where clause dot title we can keep like we can write like this way also. Title contents, so contents search text, and mode is the we can say insensitive. So insensitive. Then again if category is there, so if category is there, then where clause dot category like this category. If short by is there, if short by is exist, then order by clause will be the order methods dot. So that order methods you have to bring from the constant file. So not order methods, short methods. So short methods, then short by, and then we have to take order by. Like this way. Now we have to fetch all the recipes. So const recipes equal to await dot prisma. So prisma you have to bring from the prisma file. So prisma dot find menu. So we are using, sorry, prisma dot recipes dot find menu, and then we have to pass that where clause. So pass the where clause, where will be the where clause. Then we have to take the data. Take means limit, so take the data limit, or by default 12 if limit not came. Skip is skip exist, then skip, else skip 0. So skip will be calculated by page. So page minus 1 into limit. This is not required. By default page I have already default value is 1. So 1 minus 1 is 0. 0 into limit is limit equal to 0. So it's by default is 0 at the first phase. And then order by equal to the order by clause. Done. Now we have to return the recipes. So return the recipes and the page. So page will be that page or 1. So page already we have set it. If the default value is 1, so send the page 1. Now this get recipes we have to call it from page. So here const result equal to await get recipes, pass the search parameters, and this is the async component, and this is also a server component. And for this case we have to pass the author ID because this is a my receive page. So const user ID equal to auth. So where like if it is a client component, then we can use user hook from Clerk, or if is it a or if it is a server component, so then we can use the auth component, auth server. So like that. So here we have to pass all the search params with author ID. So author ID equal to the user ID. User ID blank. Now we got the result, or we can write like we can got the result. If result dot recipes dot length equal to 0, then okay, this is not required. Or we can write like if not a user ID, that means it is not a logged in, so we can send not found component. Okay, now pass these recipes in this recipe list. So recipe, so these recipes will be commit as here. So fc recipe is equal to recipe like that way. Okay, now in from this pages folder we have to pass the recipes. So recipes equal to the result dot recipes or send blank array. If I would refresh, so it's showing no recipes found, right? Now we can also log this one. So log result. So we can see recipes is coming as blank for now. Now let's create one recipe. Everything is coming as white. Make it a black. So go to the create edit, Upsert from, and on every input we can give the class as text black. So text black. So text black. Default it is not taking as black. On the description black. So here now saves one recipe. So test recipe, lunch, test description, image URL. We can take any image URL like chicken something. So go to the image, copy this link. So copy image address, paste it over here. Cooking time 30 minutes. Ingredient test 1, test also test step 1. Now create. So it's throwing some error. Let's see what is the error. Number must be greater than 0. Okay, so we have did something. Number must be greater than 0. So we just keeping at 30. Image URL, test recipe, test 1, test 1. Why it's coming? Okay, let's log the data. So payload also form data. I'm just giving random value. Okay. So actually it is error in here. So we have to give a name like this. And also now let's check some random value. So like here is test. Again it's showing error. Okay, so make the whole thing as under use server. Use server. Now it's saved. So it's now reacting that page, but that page is not built yet. So go to recipe and click on this mine. You can see it's showing. one thing is come, so one is showing. Now go to there, go to the recipe list, recipe card. So recipe is coming from here. So this is the recipe ID. So this is the recipe slash recipe ID. You have to pass the recipe from here also. Then this is the title. So this is the image. So give the recipe dot image. Okay. Now give the title over here. So recipe dot title, recipe dot category, then here recipe dot rating. So now rating is not there, so it's not showing, that's why. For now keep it as 5. So it's showing 5, but somehow it's not showing. Needs to check. So text black. Now it's showing. Here also need to give the text color, so text black. It's showing 80 minutes. So here recipe dot cooking time in minutes, it's showing 17 minutes. And this is the button. So here obviously recipe dot recipe ID will go. For delete, the delete part we will work later. So like that way it's showing. So if I will create another one, so now test recipe 01 category dinner, test description, image URL I copied from here, copy this one, so copy image address, paste it here, cooking time 30 minutes, ingredient test 1, test 2, click on this create recipe, and then it's done. Now click on this home page, recipe, go to the mine. Now you can see this showing, it's showing like this way. So we have to make it in same alignment. So give this give some class to this div like flex and item center and margin bottom 2, and now it's coming here. Now let's work on the pagination part. So go to the recipe list, so where we have to build the pagination part also. So this div we keep for pagination. So give some class to that div like make margin top 8 flex and justify center. So giving this class, then inside this div make a link for this arrow, right? So for this arrow, and make another link for right arrow. So left arrow and right arrow, and give some. So we have to give the href tag over there. So href tag would be obviously like we are getting the path here. Also we have to take the path, because that pagination will be used for my recipe, my sub recipe, and the home page. So because the in the 3 cases we are calling 3 kind of APIs. So due to that we have to take the path also. So path, so this path actually the string, but this is an optional string, optional parameter. So first we have to take the path, so like that way, if path is there, or it should be home path, like same. Then we have to add the page, so page will be the current page. So first we have to take the current page number, then we have to like if someone is click on this left arrow button, then current page -1. If someone is click on the right button, then current page +1. So we have to take the current page also. So current page, that is a number, okay. So path, then we have to take the page equal to current page -1. Same thing for here, current page +1. Okay, we have to give some class, like for this link tag we have to giving background blue, text white, so like this way. And this button also we have to give, but here we have to give the margin left 4. Okay, so now it looks like this, but there are some condition. What condition? Like if this is a fast page, then there are no meaning to get my means left arrow, because like if it is a fast page, then the current page value will be 1. So page equal to 1 minus 1, that is 0. So there is no existence of page 0. So that's why you have to take the handling like hidden. We have to hide this when that current page equal to 0, then we have to hide this. Okay, and another thing for here also, we are we are always taking limit as a maximum of 12. So we have to hidden, like if there are data kind of less than 12, that means there are no data after that page. Like if I am now, if the current page is 3, okay, 3 means 3 into 12, 36. But at the last page or last page number 3, the data count is kind of 10 or 8. So that means 8 means it's not that 12 data are not coming, so that means only 8 data are there in the DB. That's why that 8 data come. So that's why we can say there are no data after that page. So for that case we have to hidden, like if recipes dot length less than equal to 12, not less than equal to 12, yes, less than equal to 2, no sorry, less than 12, less than equal to 12 we can't say, so less than 12. So here you can see there are only 2 button, like 2 data. So for this first page, because we have two data, only 2 data in DB. So for 2 datas, okay, so first page, so this button should be height, and only 2 data, so less than 12, so another button also will be the hidden. So because it's not hidden, because current page is not passing, we are not passing the current page for the recipe list. So go to the recipe list, and here we are passing the current page equal to result dot page. Now you can see this also hidden. Oh sorry, current page will be the not 0, current page will be the 1. Now it should be hidden. So our pagination part will be also done, because if someone is click on this button, then it will like call same page or same path. So for recipe list is calling from here, right? It's calling from this page, so path will be the same one. This path we have to pass here also. Done. So you can pass the path like this way. Also you can use the use path. So if you are using the use path or use router for getting the path, for that case you have to or that case, what you have to do for that case, you have to make that component as a client component. So because it is now a server component, that's why we are passing the static path. But if you want to like get the path as a dynamic way, then you can use the headers like uh, const const headers. So const headers equal to call the headers function from next headers. So headers data, you can say like that way, and then you have to get in the path names lost cost path name equal to headers data dot get the next URL, and log this path name first. So log the path name, now go to the recipe card. So go to the here, and give this link as a legacy behavior, and scroll will be the false. Okay, because if you are not using legacy behavior, then you will get hydration failed kind of error. Okay, so our pagination has also been done. Now let's work on this edit part. So if I'm clicking on the edit, like if I'm clicking on this edit part, it will rewrite to this. So go to the create edit page. So this is the create edit, then go to this page, but this is not actually passed like this way. We have to pass in a query parameters. So go to the recipe card, and here we have to pass like this way, recipe id equal to like this way. So if I will go to the mine, if I click on this edit, then like this way this data will become, and this is the search parameters. So go to the page, and here we have to take the search parameters, search params, take the search params, and these search params we can say like fc functional component, then we can say search params equal to recipe id. So copy this recipe id. So recipe id will be the string value like this way. Then we have to take const not required, we can say like let recipe, that is any kind of value, like if search params dot recipe id is exist, then const we have to create another action file. So in this action.ts file, create a get recipe with the recipe id. So this is a very simple, but first we have to create one function like export sync function get recipe by recipe id string. So actually we are wrap with we will wrap with the cache. Okay, so async like this way. Put const like this way, you can write. Now here we have to pass the recipe id. So recipe id, that should be a string value, and here we have to check the try catch block. This also we have to keep in try catch block. So all the thing is, oh, try catch block is there, sorry. So in this try catch block we have to copy this message, paste it here, fetch recipe. Now in this try block, in this try block we have to fetch the recipe. So const recipe await prisma dot recipe dot find find unique, because we are finding with the recipe id. So where recipe id, like this way. This is not required. So recipe id, if recipe not found, then call the not found component of next. Recipe id, if recipe not found, then we have to send we have to throw the not found component. And const also we have to fetch the user. So user we will fetch from the user or author, whatever you can say. So user or author we have to fetch from the Clerk. So await Clerk client, okay, dot users dot get user. We have to pass the user id. So recipe dot author id, the user we have received, and now we have to return the recipe with author. And in this author we just make some like we have to send the data in a like structured way. So email will be the like what author response will come. So author dot email addresses, okay, then first element dot email address, then id, obviously id will be the author id, then first name, author first name, last name, author last name, and the image, that will be the author image. Like that we have to pass. So this is all image body. So this get recipe we have to call from here. So recipe equal to await get recipe, then we have to pass this recipe id, and you have to bring it here and make this component as async. If recipe come, then you have to pass this recipe in this form. Pass the recipe in this form. So we have to call exist recipe, because this is exist one. So exist recipe equal to pass this recipe. Also have to pass the recipe id. So recipe id as panels dot recipe id. Now work on this level. So if recipe IDs exist, that means it's come from update. So here if recipe IDs exist, then we are saying update recipe, or we will say create recipe. Done. Now go to the upsert form. Here we will take it as, here we will take it as exist recipe. So exist so recipe ID recipe id equal to string exist recipe equal to recipe and here recipe id and exist recipe. Now ingredients, if we will take the ingredients from like exist recipe dot ingredients, if exist then this will be the initial value, if not then obviously like blank array. Same thing for steps, so steps, okay. Now set the all the default value. So this is the default value. Default value will be the exist recipe dot title, or if exist, if not exist then blank string. So like that we are setting the category also. So here we are setting the category. Now we are setting the description. So go to the description part. Now we are setting the description. Now we have to set the image URL. Set the image URL. Set the cooking time in minutes. So here we are setting the cooking time in minutes. And for ingredients we already have set it. Done. Now we have to work on this update recipe with bind. So create another action called update. So copy this create one. Where is the create? This one. Copy this create one. Create another function and write update recipe. Update recipe. And here we are also taking recipe id. So recipe id is string. This will be the same. You have to pass the data. Then here we are actually update. So first parameter is the where id is the recipe id. Recipe id and also the user id. Like this way. So where recipe id is the recipe id and author id, so not required, like this way. So if recipe id and author id is matched, then update the data. So here from update recipe, and redirection will be the same. This is the update recipe. Again create another bind function with this update recipe. So the update recipe with bind, and here we have to pass as recipe id, passing the recipe id, bring this id. Now we are here, we are checking if recipe ids exist. If recipe ids exist, then call this method, else call this method, like that way. Done. Also we're handling the form status. Like here we can take it as const pending equal to use form status, If pending, then this button will be the disabled. So button will be the disabled. So disabled equal to the pending, and if pending, then we are writing loading. Else create recipe, but not create actually. So if recipe IDs exist, then it should be update recipe button level, else create recipe. So now everything has been done. Let's test it. Now go to the recipe, mine, and here click on this edit button. Okay, so why this is coming due to some, copy this, go to this my page. So my page, this is the recipe list, then go to the recipe card, and inside the edit, this like that way. Now let's see. Okay, so it's not coming actually. So due to some cache issue, it's not coming. So if I'm clicking on this edit button, now you can see all the value, the pre-filled, like all the exist recipe value has been pre-filled over here. Ingredient has been not been set. You have to check why that ingredient has not been set. So go to the recipe button, go to the upsert from. So this is the upsert from. Handle this change, delete, and ingredient change. So if this is the value, so value is coming. It's not coming actually. Why? Actually not going ingredient. This will be go the value. So this is the event dot target dot value. Same here in this handle step change also. In this handle step change, this will go this. Now it's coming here, working fine. So now we will update. So update, we are writing update, so we can track anything. We can update 35 minutes, test 1, test 2, test 3. Here actually we can write step 1, step 2, step, step 2, step 3. Click on this update. It's updating. This page is not exist, that's why it's not coming. Now go to the recipe, go click on this mine. You can see it's updated. So if I will click the edit button, so all the data has been pre-filled. Okay, somehow this data is not coming. Let's check what is coming in the exist recipe. Log exist recipe. dot ingredients. This it's coming. So we are setting over here. Steps also. Somehow maybe it's not setting it. It's not showing. So why it's not working? So ingredients dot map default value. So we are not setting the default value over here. Default value is the ingredient. So it's coming. Else blank. So same here for default value. Here we have to set it as step or blank. So it's coming. So it's working fine. So our update has also been our update is also done. Now work on this page, the home page. So for the home page, same thing we have to build. So go to the home page. Here inside this main class, again we have to call the search zone with all the parameters like path will, for this case path will be the home path, so path will be the slash, then we have to give the search value, then we have to give the short value like this way. Search value will be the coming from here. Also we have to take the search parameters. So search params, so the search params can be again that category, limit, page, author ID, search text, anything it can be. So if this fc, then first make it const, so export const home equal to this fc like this way. Export default home. To give the class like this. Now it looks like fine. After this Arjun, this search value will be the search params dot search text, search params dot short by. Now bring the recipe list also. Here we have to pass the path, so path this one. Also have to pass the recipes. So for now recipes are blank array, and current page is the one, so it's showing no recipe found. Now bring all the recipes, so const recipes equal to await get recipes, make this component as async, pass this recipes that way. You can say result, so result dot recipes, here result dot page. So now you can see all the data coming perfectly fine, and pagination obviously will work as is. So there are some data in the next page, so click on this button, so you can see page 2 and the page 2 data are coming. So for search, if I'm searching with chicken and click on the search button, so it will search text, it will search data with chicken. Short by, if I'll short, so this is a for 2 okay, we will short by less cooking time, so 15 will come first and 45 minutes will become last. So click on this less cooking time. So okay, this is not working somehow, so let's check why it is not working. So go to the search zone, select on change, logging the c.target.value and the short value. So what we are saying, if both are same, then we both are not same. Okay, so if both are same, then only we have to return. So let's cooking time, so you can see 10 minute will come, so working fine. So now all the things are done. Now we have to work on the, so category, so click on this category, click on this pizza. Okay, this is not working, so this thing we have to make it done. So go to this header, so go to header, inside this categories, this is the button. So this category is actually coming from the constant value here. So category, so there we have to write the running the loop category dot map category this way. We have to give the class name, give the key property, so key will be the category and this will be the also category. The whole thing we have to wrap it with link tag, with href. So href will be the for href we can give some slash, then category equal to category, pass the category. If I will click on this salads, only salads are showing. Okay, so now it's working fine. So new recipe, so create, edit, update. Now let's work on the delete part. So go to the recipes and click on this mine. Now go to the recipe card. So we have to work on the delete. So for delete, so there are two kind of delete can be happen, for saved recipe delete or my recipe delete, right? So make one function like const handle delete, equal to, obviously this is a async, passing the e, it can be any for now. So we have to prevent that event. So e dot prevent default. Then if there will be no user ID, so user ID we will get from here. So user ID string. We are not getting any kind of user ID, then we are not doing anything. So return if user ID there is there. Then in this try catch block, so log the error. We can showing the error in alert. So error dot message like that. In this try block, so if is saved recipe, then call function, else call another function. So you have to make, so for else part we are handling right now, because save part we will work on later. So now go to the action, create the delete recipe. So create a function like export async function delete recipe. It will take as author ID and recipe ID. In this try class block, so in this catch, obviously we have to throw the new error like fail to delete recipes, like this way. And inside this try block, await Prisma dot recipe dot delete, and we have to pass where recipe ID and author ID is matched. Done. And then we have to revalidate the path. So revalidate path slash recipes slash my slash all. This we have to call it here. So await delete recipe, and we have to pass the recipe ID and the user ID or author ID, you can say whatever. User ID, author ID, recipe ID, recipe dot ID. Done. Now if I will click on this delete button, so is delete the button. It's not deleting somehow. Oh sorry, this function we haven't called yet. So on this delete button, on click method, call the handle delete with E. So if I will click on this button, okay, on click is not working. So make this component as functional component. So use client. Now if I will click on this button, delete. Tara, you have to pass the user ID also. So in this recipe list, take the user ID. So like const user ID from auth. So from auth, this user ID we can pass it here. So user ID equal to user ID. If I will now click on this button, so it's getting delete. Okay, some error actually coming. recipe id, user id. Okay, sorry. So author id will be the last parameter. Now if I will click on this delete button, if I will click on this delete button, so it's getting deleted. See, so it's working fine. Now we have to work on this like details page. Like if someone is click on this button, then we have to build this recipe details page. Like click on this page, click on this component, and this page we have to build. Like first name, then uh, the things like star component. Then there are two button. One is giving the rating and saving the button, and the things like who publish and all those stuffs. So for this we have to build this. Close all. Now inside these recipes, create another folder called id. So id is in the bracket. Why in this bracket? Because we are passing the params. This is the params, so we have to take the params. So you can see this is the details, actually recipe details, and this is another component recipe list. We can bring it here also for same category. Like if this is a snacks value, so this is also a kind of 3 snacks or 4 snacks will be displayed here. Now here only one data is there, so that's why the one data coming. So now it's actually looking like a break or something, but if 4 data will come, then it will not gonna break the UI. So again I'm saying we are not gonna focusing on the UI part or HTML or CSS part or designing part or Tailwind CSS part. We're only focusing the functional part. We only focusing the server component. We only focusing the client component. We are focusing Next.js things, and we are also focusing the server actions and the APIs, all those stuffs. So here create a one file called page.tsx. So page.tsx. So this is recipe detail page, details page. So now if you will, you can see recipe details page coming. Now may break these two things in a two part. One is recipe details and another is the this part. So you can see one line is over there. So this upper one is the one part, another one is another part. So break it two parts. So we are breaking, so that's we are using the fragment over here, and here we are using one thing, another thing. Okay, let's create the last one first. We are creating the horizontal line. It's not showing right now, and then we are creating that div. Give some class name to that div, like container max auto py8 and px6, and inside this div we are showing the recipe list, and we have to pass the recipes. By default it's a blank. And current page, so we are not passing the current page, so current page is value is the number. So if current page will be there, then only this div will be showing. We are not passing the current page over here because we are not gonna using the pagination over here, and we have to create this link also. So create the link with more and give some class name like basic classes we are using. So we have to bring this link like that. You can see one more button is showing. Now you have to bring the recipes. So for recipes, what we cannot do, First we have to bring the params, like params, obviously params, and give the type for of that param. So fc params id equal to string. So first fetch the pay recipe. So const recipe equal to await. So if I'm making await, so make this component as a server and async component. So get recipe, and you have to pass the recipe id. So params dot id. We are getting the recipe. Now also we are fetching all the same recipes. So get await get recipes with same category value. So can pass like category is the recipe dot category, and we are passing the limit is 4. Because only 4 data we need, and we have to filter that data. So filtered recipes. Why filtered? Because we will not pick, we will not gonna pick uh, my same category data. Like same category data means same data which is matched with the this recipe. So filtered recipe will be the data dot recipes. So not data, result dot recipes dot filter recipe. So rd dot recipe id not equal to param dot id. This filter recipe we're gonna pass it here. Okay. Now make the recipe details page. So here create one folder called components. Create a new file called recipe details dot tsx. So here what we need recipe, we need user id, also we have to check that already rated or not and already saved or not. So we are maintaining some flag already rated means if I am the user, if I am visiting this link, so I'm like it's gonna check I have already given the rating. So that's if already I gave the rating, then that rating this one will not gonna showcase to me, this one. And if I already saved, then this will be the uh, ticked as a blue, I mean, or marked as a blue. So already rated and already saved, already saved. Okay. So now make the functional component. Recipe, and this is the functional component like this. Done. Now make the things. So like in this div, so give some class name to the div, like max max with 4xl, max auto, px4 and py4. We are not actually focusing on this part. Create another div, and inside this div, so give some class name to that div also, flex and item center, and make it as justify between. And inside that div we will create one h1 tag. So h1, and we will showing the recipe dot title. So recipe dot title, Okay, so recipe.title. After this title, we are showing the rating component. So for rating component, we will gonna use React rating component. So install the React rating component. So npm I React rating. So import this React rating over here. So const rating component is actually this one rating. Pass this rating component. So initial rating. So initial rating will be this one recipe.rating. It should be read only because we are not going to edit this part. We can't edit this part, and we can edit this part. So that's why it's passing I'm read only true. And for empty symbol, so for empty symbol we are showcasing this value. So for empty symbol and the full symbol, the empty symbol and the full symbol, I'm using these two like these two icon. Our h1 has been done. Now take on this part. So bring this recipe details. Bring this recipe details here. So recipe details. So recipe equal to recipe. User ID is missing. So user ID. User ID will become from auth. So what is the params.id? Let's log this params.id. Making this AC component over here. Now create another div. For this h1, create another div for showcasing all the button or all the button. So for this case, we have to check for save button. We have to check if the author ID receive the author ID is not equal to user ID. Means this is not my my recipe. Then we can be saved, right? So we have to check inside this. First we have to check. So this is the button. This will work. So for now this. So this is already saved. Now if you can see, if author ID is not matched with my user ID, okay, so that is not me, that recipe is not my one, then we can able to see the save button. If I will see the save button, and also here if already saved, then obviously it's showing the text blue, okay, and button will be the disable. So here disable, we can write disable if already saved, then it's saying that it's disable. Another thing, again, if we have already not rated and this is not my one, okay, if it is not my one, then also obviously we can also showing the rating component. So I'm copying the rating component over here. Here if this is not already rated, then showing this one. not rated, so we have to check here, like if not already not rated, then only showing this. The handle it we will work on later. Now coming to ingredients part, so we have to next we have to showcasing the, after this div, to div, we have to now showcasing the image. So next one is image. So this is the image. Okay, so and another next after this image we are showcasing the description. So inside this p tag we will say the recipe.description and give some class name like text gray 600 MB6. Now next will be the ingredients, so I'm just copied and paste it over here, the whole UI part after this p. Now here you can see this is a div. I am giving some background white and making it as a card. So this actually makes like a card. So making the card, and this is the header ingredients, so h2, and inside the unordered list we are listing all the elements, like looping the ingredients, and in this list showing the ingredient and the input box is checked, so that is nothing will work. It's like when someone is checking the recipe, so they can check the what ingredients they have already been taken. Now same thing for steps. So same thing for steps. So after this div, same thing for steps, and then after this who is published. So recipe.author, who is the author of the recipe, so we are showcasing the author also after this. So we are showcasing the author, so recipe.author, but here author is not coming, so that's why the recipe we have to take it from interface. So recipe, we can say author will be the record string any instance giving like this way, and keep it is in this way. So now it's not giving any kind of error. So now make this function handle rate handle save. So this is already saved. I have to make these two function handle save and handle rate. So const handle save, this function we have to make. Another is for const handle rate, this function also we have to make. Okay, and also this component make it as a use client. So use client, now you can see this data is coming like this way. This image size is small, so that's why it's showing like this way. So it's working fine. So this is my recipe, that's why the both button are not coming. So if I will go to home page and if I will click here, a recipe not found is showing. So recipe params.id, so recipe id is the log recipe, log recipe. Recipe is coming, so why it's not showing? Okay, it's showing from the user, so this user actually not finding because the user what data we are using here, so that is on a different Clerk, different Clerk app, so that's a user is not getting. So okay, no issues. So I'm working with my one only. So going to here, it is done now. Rating tab accuracy. Now you can see like in this home page also edit and delete button is showing, because here is like in from this recipe list we are passing is my recipe default as a static value true on that recipe card, so that value should be come from here. So that is boolean, and for here another value is there, if you can see is saved recipe. So this is also, this should be also came from recipe list, because that recipe list component we are calling from the different pages. So is my saved recipe, this is also be an boolean. If not exist, then false. Or is saved recipe. Like that way we can pass. So from where it is calling, so So it is calling from this page, the home page. So we have to pass it from here. So there, okay, we are not passing it here, but this is my recipe page. So here we are passing is my recipe. And also have to pass current page. Okay, current page is not required because this is the like details page. So is my recipe. So this also is not required here. This is the my page. Yes, here it is required. Is my recipe is true, and is okay, save recipe is not required. Now it's done. Now we will gonna work on this save and rating button. So this is not showing. So if I will go to other recipes owner, okay, this is not coming actually. So now let's work on this. Like if you will go to the others recipe. So if I visit this recipe, then you can able to save the recipe and also give some rating to that recipe. So let's start. So first let's work on the save recipe part. So for that, what we have to do, we have to go to that recipe details page. So go to the recipe details component. So this is the recipe details component, and here already I have created a handle save button, right? So for handle save, what it will do, it will call save recipe function, save recipe action. So let's go to the action and create a save recipe action, like export. After this, here export async function save recipe, save recipes, and this will take user ID, means who are going to save, and recipe ID, which recipe they are gonna save. So in this try catch block, like we are checking if not user ID, not user ID, or not recipe ID, or not recipe ID, then we have to throw. So throw new error, like invalid details or invalid user or recipe ID. Done. Next, we have to create await dot prisma dot. Now we need save recipe prisma. So go to the schema, and here we have to create the save recipe. So save recipe model will be look like this. So this is model save recipe. So we are so define the relationship between saved recipe. So this is a saved recipes. This is a saved recipe ID which is mapped with underscore ID, and this is obviously object ID. And we are maintaining another date that is saved at, when that is gonna save, and then user ID and the recipe and the recipe ID. So from the save collection, it can be created or it can be deleted. There will be no update option. And this is the relation actually with the recipe, this recipe collection. So this is our model. Now save, and we have to run Prisma DB push. So it will push the newly created schema to that DB or to the ORM. Now again run the things. So now Prisma dot save recipe, you can get the save recipe now. Then create and then pass the data equal to make the payload. What payload is we have to build, like data. So data will be the only user ID and recipe ID, and this is actually recipe ID should be string. So recipe ID dot to string, because this recipe ID can maybe come as object ID. So that's why for safer case we are converting to the string. Done. And for error case we are just throwing the error. Save recipes. Done. So this function we're gonna call from this page details page. Sorry, recipe details page. So go to the recipe details page component. From here we have to check if it's not is already saved. So it's not is saved, then only we gonna call this function. So save recipes, we have to pass the user ID and recipe dot recipe ID. Done. Now how we can understand, like how we can know like this this recipe has been already saved or not. So for that we have to fetch the recipe. So again go to the action. Now we are gonna save the recipe. So export const get saved recipe single, and then cache async. So it will take the user ID and the recipe ID again, and in this try catch block, if any error will occur, then we have to throw the error. Okay, like fail to fetch saved recipe by user ID and recipe ID. Now const saved recipe dot find first where user ID and recipe ID will be matched, and return this. This function we have to call from this page, not this recipe, this page. We have to call that function from this page. So call this function const saved recipe equal to await saved recipe, then it will take the user ID and the recipe dot ID. User ID as string. Done. And this also we can be convert for safer case to string. So if saved recipe, we got the saved recipe, then we can pass it here, like is saved recipe, not this one, sorry. Here we can pass already saved equal to saved recipes exist or false. For better case, if exist then true or false, like that. Let's saved. So I'm reloading this page. So if I'm click on this button, So it's gonna saved. If I will revisit this metadata, okay, this is not coming. So let's log this one. Saved recipe. Okay, now it's working. So if I will revisit again, you can see this is already marked as blue. That means we already saved this one. So now you go to the save. So there is nothing showing. So we have to create another component called saved. So in this so create another folder called saved, and here create a called page.tsx. So here we have done already. So we have to first we have to create the main with container class. So this is the main with container class, and here we have to bring the search zone and the recipe list. So search zone, that was search zone, right? Search zone. Okay, and we have to give the path. So path will be like recipes, this one actually path. So recipes slash my slash saved. So this is the path, and then we have to bring the all search parameters from here. So search params, and fc will be the same. So fc search params. We have to bring the search params, and obviously we have to pass the search value dot search param dot search text, then short value search params dot short by. Done. Now we have to bring it here recipe list. So recipe list, here also we have to tell is saved recipe. This is saved recipe, so that's why we have to pass is true flag. Then we have to pass the recipes. By default now I am passing as blank array. Passing it as blank array. Now again I am passing current page. Okay, current page equal to, by default I'm passing 1 right now, and path should be copied from here. Done. Now we have to bring all the recipes. So make this is async component, because we have to and make it as a server component. So default all the components are server components. We need user ID also here. So const user ID equal to auth. Okay. Now go to the action.ts file. Here now we have to write the code for fetch all the saved recipes with the filter, search, and all the things. Everything will work here also. So how we can gonna work? So obviously same thing we can copy get recipes, this one. So same thing we can copy it here like that way. So this is get saved recipes, and again like search, limit, sort by category, everything will be here. Now we will check. We obviously we have to bring same kind of data, so this will be the same one. Now inside this try catch block, if any error occur, then we have to throw the error, fetch saved recipes. Now inside this try block, first let where clause and then let order by clause, and by default we are, so it's any, and by default we are giving recipe dot created at -1 because we are filtering by recipes. Now we have to check if any search text is there. So if any search text is there, then where clause recipe dot title. Now question should obviously come, like why recipe dot title, recipe dot created? Because we are first we are do the aggregation on that saved recipe collection, then we are look up with recipe collection. So we have to do the aggregation on the saved recipe collection, and then saved recipe collection will look up with the recipe collection. So recipe data will become on that recipe key. So that's why recipe dot title. Okay, so this is the search text. Now if like same for category, so if category will come, then obviously like that way it will work. Then for short by, if any short by will come, so now here we are going to use the method called aggregation. So that here we are not going to using Prisma find menu on Prisma any kind of method. So here we are using raw aggregation. So that's why that, because for learning purpose, so we are covering up the normal aggregation and find menu, both the things. So that's why we are keeping like short methods. So short methods that's created at under -1 also. You guys already saw we are keeping two, created at -1 and created and descending. So created and descending will be the for Prisma find menu operation, because Prisma is accepting the data kind like that way. But aggregation is a raw aggregation, so we have to pass 1 or -1 for ascending and descending. So if short by will happen, so this is some tricky. So if short by will be there, then what we have to do? So order by clause. So order by clause will be the short methods dot short by dot odd short by, like that, because order by we have already used. Now so let exist key, so now we have to use recipe dot, because if short by is coming minus created at, so we have to think recipe dot like that way. So that's why we are taking the key, or we can directly, if we are using short by, so we can directly here as recipe. So recipe dot, so this is also we can keep as recipe dot, and this also recipe dot. So this is the order by clause done. Now let's start the pipeline. So by default, like const pipeline equal to, so this is the any array. So by default all the data will be filtered with the user ID, because if this is I have logged in, so I can see only my saved recipes. So that's by default match will be the user ID equal to the author ID. Now check if object.keys of where clause length is greater than 0. That means there are some data in the where clause. Sorry, not, let's make if 0 or less than 1. If there are no data, then we are directly push the pagination and limit over there. So we are not keeping any filtering because there are no data, like that way. Okay, now we have to, if everything is like that way, because there are no where clause, so directly we are pushing, we are next stage we are pushing the skip and limit. Now we have to look up the data, so that is a default operation. So that's why there are no kind of if or something. So we have to look up and unwind with recipe. So this is the lookup with recipe collection. Local field is a recipe id and foreign field is a underscore id, and we are calling as recipe, and we have to unwind this recipe key. Then it will convert to that object. Then we are checking first if, now we are checking if where clause length is greater than 0, then we have to pass the match in that where clause. Next, another thing, now again we have to check, like if order by clause is length is greater than 0, then we have to give the short method with the order by clause. Now again we have to check this one because the pagination will come after the sorting method, so that's why again this will come, and we are again keeping giving this pagination part, pagination. So again I am recapping. Okay, so recap again. So this is the value, this is the inputs, and where clause is the default is nothing is there, or we can keep the where clause like user id match.user id, this one also you can keep it here. So I'm not keeping it up, so I'm giving here default one. Then because this match actually will work on the saved recipe, but this where clause will work on the recipe. Okay, so it will work on recipe, not on saved recipes. Then order by clause default is sorted by created -1. Then if search text, then it will work on the recipe title with the regex parameter. If category, then again it will work on the category filter. On the recipe, sort by also it will work on the sort by. Pipeline, we are giving the pipeline. So now we are making to start the pipeline. So default we are fetching all the saved recipe which is my own. Then if where clause is not there, then on that next stage only we are pushing the skip and limit value. Then we are obviously that lookup and unwind with the recipe, the default things. Then we are checking if where clause is there, then we have to match the where clause with the recipe right now. Then we have to do the order by. Then again we have to do the skip and pagination part, skip and limit. Now we have to call const recipes equal to, so it's any await prisma dot saved recipe dot aggregate raw. We are using the raw aggregation, so aggregate raw, and we are passing the pipeline like that way. Okay, now here what are we going to do? We have to return the recipe. So recipes, but now we are not passing the recipes directly because the recipe id will go as a object id and we can't convert. So if recipe length is 0, then we have to pass recipes dot map. So recipes dot map item return So we are not just passing the saved recipe, we are passing the recipes. So that's why we are mapping and taking only the recipes. So item will be any for now, and here we are passing the item, else this is a blank, an item. With the item we are passing the recipe id, because it's passing the id underscore id, because we are using the raw aggregation. So but everywhere we are using the recipe id. So recipe id is not exist here, so that's why we are making this recipe id equal to item dot recipe dot underscore id, and we are keeping the $oid like that, and then page equal to data dot page or one, whatever you can, like that. So one is not required. Done. Now let's call this my saved recipes. Where we're gonna call? We are gonna call it here. So const result equal to await get saved recipes, passing it like that way. So result dot recipes and result dot page. Now you can see 3 recipes are there because we have saved 3 recipes. Done. Okay, also we have to pass the author id, because author id, so author id equal to the user id, s string. Now you can see only one, because for this user only one data is there in the div. So all done, looks fine. Now let's work on the rating part. So here this is the rating part. So go to the again recipe details page. So go to the recipe details page. Here we have already have created handle rate. So on this handle rate, it will take, so it will be the async operation. This is also async operation, obviously. So this is obviously async operation, and keep it as await. This is also an async operation, and this is the rating value. So rating value, and this is a number. So we will check it's not already rated. So if not already rated, then we have to call save rating function. So for save rating function, again go to the schema and make another model called ratings, like that. Then define the relationship with ratings. So in this rating, the rating id, that is underscore id, rating the value, that like 4.5 kind of things. Comment, we are giving some comments, or here we are not supporting any kind of comment, so it's an optional value. Rated at when we are, that user has been rated, and user id, and the recipe, which recipe they have added the rating. So again we have to call Prisma DB push. Now on the action, create save create another function called export async function save rating and it will accept like user id, recipe id, and the rating, that is a number. Here obviously we are in this try catch block. If any error occur, so we are setting on save rating. Here if not user id, not recipe id, or not rating, then we are throwing the error like invalid details. Right, now we have to create the rating. So first create the rating. So await prisma dot rating dot create, and the data equal to the same user id, recipe id, rating. So our rating got created, but we have to calculate the average rating also. So for average ratings, first we have to bring all the ratings. So const ratings equal to dot find many, like data recipe id. So we will find all the data. So this is not data, it's a where. So we are fetching all the ratings for the recipe id, and now we're gonna calculate the average rating. So const average rating average rating, how we can calculate. So we are going to use reduce method. So ratings dot reduce, and first accumulator, that will be any, and the current, that is also any, then accumulator plus current dot rating, and default value is 0, and then it should be divided by rating length. So ratings dot length, ratings length, done. Now update this average value to that Prisma. So await dot Prisma dot recipe dot update one dot update, first is where recipe id, then data, and the data will be rating, will be the average rating. So rating will be the average rating, and again revalidate path with slash recipes slash recipe id. And this revalidate also will be gonna work for saved recipe also. On this get saved recipes here, done. Now call this method from here. So await save rating so it will expect a 3 argument: user id, recipe id, rating. So user id, then recipe ID, rating value. Done. Now again, how we can check it's already rated or not? So for that we have to also also fetch the rating. So get saved rating. So make another function called, so we can copy get saved recipes also and paste it over here. So it's get saved rating, user ID, recipe ID, and this is the rating. Find first with user ID and recipe ID. So this is a rating and return the rating. Fetch saved recipe, fetch rating. Now call this method on this recipe details page. So here, so const save rating equal to await get save rating, user ID as string and the recipe ID. Like that way, and pass already rated equal to, like that, not saved recipe, saved rating. Okay, but here this is different kind of process, right? So we can fetch all the things in a single go. So const data equal to await dot promise all. Inside this array, taking this one, okay, taking this one, and this one. So these three call we can do in a single promise. So it will work as a parallel. So copy this, paste it here, and result equal to data dot 0. So in the first element, save recipe will be the data 1 and the save rating will be the data 2. Done. So it will work fast then, because the three operation will work as a parallel way. Now let's check. So reloading this page. So if I will give the rating as 4, we can see our rating button has been hidden because I already get the rating. Now here, like that way, if you will work. So now the all the rating what is showing, this is our actual value. So if there are no rating, so this will not gonna show. So if there are not rating, means rating value is not exist, then it will not gonna showcase. Greater than 1, then only it will gonna show. Like this, like that way. So for this recipe there are no ratings, that's why it's not showing anything. Now only one thing is left. Go to the saved recipes. Here you can see only delete button is there, so we have to work on the delete part also. So delete saved recipes. So this is very simple, nothing. So like like this function. So copy this function. So delete saved recipes, saved recipe. So it will take the user ID and the recipe ID. In this try catch block, if any error occur, then it will throw the error or delete saved recipe. And inside this try block, nothing, await Prisma dot saved recipes dot delete many, or delete also will work, where user ID and recipe ID will be matched, or make it as delete many. Done. And obviously you have to revalidate the path. So revalidate the path. So for revalidate the path, so this is the path. So copy this path and paste it over here. And this delete saved recipe will be called from recipe card. So go to the recipe card. Here, if it is saved recipe, then await delete saved recipe and pass user ID and the recipe dot recipe ID. Now if I will click on this button, so it is delete my recipe. So for recap, so this is the page. So go any of the recipe, you can save the recipe, you can give the rating the recipe. Okay, then go to the saved recipe, you can see your saved recipe, you can sort by, you can use search over here. With category you can filter, so for breakfast, lunch, all the things. So and also if you go to sign out, you can also sign out the page. So if you like the video and if you want more this kind of video, please like, subscribe and follow my channel. Thank you.